Why, hello everyone, and welcome to the official Action RPG live stream. My name is Aaron, owner and operator of the YouTube channel Action RPG, and today we are back playing a little LE. Now, yesterday we were testing full melee physical crit Werebear, and today we are testing full lightning melee crit Werebear. We're just taking it to the next level and seeing what we can come up with. I was already doing some tinkering this morning with pretty good results, so we're gonna see how it's going. Let me turn on one more light. Okay. Hello everybody. Aura Battler, what up? Cyber, hi. Moose Rack, Morik, West, hi. FA, Hoofprint, Knock, Bamster, AF, hi. Stormbreaker, no. How funny, we're literally standing right next to it.
Never heard of it.
Stormbreaker is if you are using Gathering Storm. It doesn't have enough melee damage on it. Like this two-handed, when you're looking at the base damage, is 88. You can almost get that on a one-handed. Hello, Hoofprint. I have not heard your newest song yet. Go to, I want to get this higher. I see we're already at the bazaar. We're always already at the bazaar. It logged me into the bazaar. Doesn't count. Sorry. Doesn't count. Lightning swipe Werebear. It counts. No, it doesn't. How's everybody doing today? Happy Monday. It's Monday, right? Wes, you want to see something? Small little changes, but I want to show you guys kind of the stuff we've been working on for the website. Other than the big overarching systems, we've been working on tweaks and changes. It's kind of like a third pass at the event calendar, but this has been kind of redone again. Again, we got the live button at the top working, new team section, and now I know this is small, but when you highlight over the news post, it turns orange. Huh? You see it? Also, when you click on the news post, it now has a different color. So before it was just all black, now the actual news post has a new background to it. A small little change, but noticeable. It makes it pop. Oh yeah, that's nice. Yeah, we've been working on UI stuff. So yeah, event calendar, live button at the top, which does take you to the stream and will show multiple streamers, like if Sladra, Frozen, Babbling were on. Just a little highlight when you know which news article you're on, and then the background. Once we fully finish, test, and get the PoE 2 section up, phase 2 will be done. So once PoE 2 is baked and done, phase 2 is done. Phase 3 will be the next version of the website. We have a new engineer that will be working on optimization. Another way of saying this is cleaning the code. So we're going to go through each section and third-party tools that are working on the back end of the site and make it as quick and fast and efficient as humanly possible. So basically it'll be like a full, a full update of the site. And then once we start phase 4, we're looking towards API implementation. Yes, we are. You guys have been working really hard and it shows. Great job. Thank you. Hey, brother. How's it going? What's up, Sam? I'm working on a bear. Big bear. Big bear. What are you up to? Streaming today? Our damage is at least 2, maybe 3x yesterday. I'm working today, unfortunately. Working? That's not fun. I don't know if this is going to be encouraging or not. It took me 5 years of working full time to be able to call what I do right now my job. Five years. 5 freaking years. Hello, it's Aaron on the road for me at the moment. You're on the road? Don't crash. Come on, guys. We need bear puns. We're not doing bear puns today. All right? We're just relaxing. It's Monday. People are at work. They don't want to listen to bear puns. Bury your soul, Aaron. Oh, brother. That's really unbearable. No, he barely got started. Not too bad, in all honesty. I'm hoping to get to a point of part-time, allowing me to take on less demanding day job. I see. It's a good goal. I'm out of the start time. We're bombarded with bear puns. You hear what I see? What I got to deal with, Tekken? See? I want to see a unique that change bear form to a wolf one. You want wolf form? Heavy, not you two. Are the bear puns really that polarizing? Oh, gosh. Oh. I heard it. It was bad. Greg, that's not funny. Don't feed him. Don't feed him after midnight. It's always after midnight, some bear. It's really funny. If you've seen the pitch meeting for Gremlins, it's like, so what happens if they're in a different time zone? Does like after midnight that isn't the same everywhere? I love that. Just get out of my way. All right, what do we got? Increase movement speed while transformed. Melee damage. Melee damage. I don't even... Increase critical strike chance and crit multiplier. Holy moly, that might roll T7. That's what we wanted. That is what we wanted. Let's just test it. Let's see how our luck is today, peoples. T7 crit. It's gonna give us some garbage other affix. Don't do it. Ugh. T5 crit, T2 movement. Not too shabby. All right. Feed them after midnight and they turn grizzly. Okay, there's got to be a way to get him to stop talking. Okay, let's just think. It's early in the stream. It's early in the stream. We could just start banning people. Oh, I don't like that. All right, let's just not. Don't read their comments. Yeah. Just ignore them. If you ignore them, then they'll stop. All right. Don't do that, log out. Come on. Don't lump me in with everyone else. Log out. Wes, that's not funny. When Subathon 4? Never. We're not doing Subathon 4. He said Subathon 4. I was just reading comments, so I'm not like other streamers, silly. How was the 4th of July, guys? 4th of July? I had a 4th of July party at my house. This is my family. America! Aaron, you done with chat today? Seems pretty unbearable. Oh, gosh. I don't like fireworks. Hey, I got some news about Idaho. If you say something like, I heard when you're in Idaho, Udaho, I'm gonna freak out. So that better not be the joke. All right, go ahead. The dog's the best part of the photo? Oh, brother. Hit him. Punch him. Punch him. Back to Lee. How's your day going? What's up, Crimson? Going good. We played Dune We played Dune. Made it through the second area. Got our little dirt bike. I know. There's a lot more to explore, but we played Dune. We beat the campaign and explored the endgame systems on No Rest for the Wicked. So I've now beaten that campaign, including the Breach update. We played 6 days, 8 hours a day of PoE 1. We played 3 days, 8 hours a day of Diablo 4. We made it through the second act on Clair Obscure Expedition 33. So we bounced around and played some stuff. And now we're back home. No, my old headmaster from when I was in middle school got a PDF charges, and he was in Idaho on vacation when his warrant went out. He's being held here by the U.S. Marshals until his court date later this month. Oh, yeah? That's your Idahoian news? I like Dune Awakening. That is crazy. Back to the regularly scheduled Bear Graham. Oh my gosh. Hope you had a great 4th. Dude, you see the picture? Soon you'll have a family like this. America. Oh, Mr. LaRue. Need more flags. It's actually really funny. The top banisters have been like switched out for ones 10 times the size. America. When your wife parties, she parties hard, right? What's up, VC? Hello, everyone. Hello. Welcome, welcome. Frosty, I've not given up on the podcast with Thomas. I'm out of town on the 11th and 12th, so that's not going to work. I'm just going to try and book that next weekend. So whatever the weekend, the Saturday after the 12th. So what, the 19th? Something like that. So what are those cool lightning chances? What are the lightning chances? Like crit chance? Good to know I can make plans this weekend then. Yeah, that's my thought. Lizards, hey, come here. Frosty, what are you playing right now? I don't even know what games he's playing. Oh, you're playing Diablo 4. Are you playing Diablo 4? I made it to Paragon 165 and then quit. 3 days. Not too bad. I gave it my best effort. No rest for the wicked. BG3, D4. Got it. You made it to Paragon 0? That's pretty impressive. So Frosty, I played a ton of Season 0, Season 1, Season 2, Season 3, and Season 4 of D4. And I really haven't played, like, actually a season, like, making a character and trying everything since Season 4. Even when the DLC came out, I think I played it maximum a day or two. It's like, all right, it's been a DLC and 5 seasons. Let's see, like, how much change we have. It literally feels the same. I was like, it's actually kind of like weird. It feels the same. Morning, Aaron. What's up, Toxic? Hello. Especially now that we're back doing nightmare dungeons. Yeah. And it's weird when, I don't remember who, somebody said it, like, and I agree with them that, you know, it's an open world game. You're always seeing people in town and in the open world. And, you know, it's like a, it almost feels like you're playing an MMO. But this update pushes you into nightmare dungeons where you are an isolationist. You see no one. So it feels like a single player game. Did you see that Rax quit for now? Yeah, we watched the video. D4 has never felt like an MMO to me. It's like a single player game with an open world. I mean, you know, if you want to give, well, I guess if you don't want to give them credit, like it does play differently, whether you want to admit it or not. Like, I don't think D4 plays like PoE or D3, you know, it does. Like the fact that you've got this kind of seamless open world without loading screens that is very MMO-like. You want to go over to the Field of Hatred? Go. You want to go do this Legion event? Go. You want to go do Helltide, Strongholds? I'm not saying they're good or fun. I'm just saying, like, that's like an MMO design. Like, you have free will to go do and explore whatever you want. There's loading screens in every Nightmare dungeon. Oh my gosh. Yeah, just like how there's loading screens when you enter a raid in an MMO. I'm talking about in the open world. It's like I talk and nobody listens. E4 is just a copy and paste Korean MMO style. That's literally what I'm... All right, let's get this idol. I'm agreeing with you. What's wrong? Nothing. All right. The trolling will continue until the morale improves. It makes sense. Listen, until you do anything D4, then you're dead to me. What? D4 is the greatest, right, guys? 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 5. No. It's not the greatest. Endurance is good. Armor is good. Resistances are horrible. Health regen and life are good. Just want to see what you've been cooking, sir. But this dual wield already looks better than the sword catcher stuff I've seen yesterday. Oh, yeah. Yeah, check this out. Bum, 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 bum. $832,000. 600, 600, 600. 780, 825. Critical strike chance for melees up to 77%. Crit multiplier 680. So crit chance 77, crit multiplier 680. We could hit for over 800,000. Big changes. Now we're ripping faces off and attacking faster. Yeah, definitely better. Yep. So we almost 4x the damage and we attack quicker on this version. Here, we can go see how that translates. We're not as tanky as we were. And I've got some other testing. Frost really got the opportunity to see the voice actor of the Mario in my city's Comic-Con. There was a boy who told him that his friend thinks Mario isn't cool. You got to meet the voice actor for Mario? I thought Frosty was the voice actor for Mario.
So you finally returned to me, and with a guest. But first, prove yourselves worthy.
Face us yourself.
Oh.
Entertain my dear sister for a moment.
Traveler, don't worry about me.
Such wasted potential. All of this would have welcomed you.
Come and get me. I went into it too quick. Oh, come on. But what? That I deserve it. I deserve it. That was terrible.
He loaded up strong, said this is the one, but 10 mobs in and he's already done. He drops his gear, accepts the pain, time to walk that path again. It's the walk of
boat in.
Looked good, his plan was tight, but RNG said not tonight. Now he stares at that white fence wall, Sharpie ready for the fall. It's the walk of shame to the death fence line. Another rip in real time. One more tick in that hall of fame. Aaron's living the walk of shame. He swears it was swamp gas bending
It was
light.
swamp gas. I couldn't
Reflections
see.
off Venus messed up his fight. It wasn't me, he starts to claim. Then sighs and writes his dying name. It's the walk of shame to the death fence line. Another build past its prime. One more name in the wall of pain. Aaron's king of the walk of shame. He blames the lag.
I ran past the
blames the map.
cemetery. Oh,
Blames a
brother.
stray one-shot trap. But we all know how this ends with the marker and that fence. It's the wall.
I couldn't see Crimson. The bubble wasn't, it didn't. The game glitched with Unity 6. Gosh. Everybody knows that.
Aaron's back in the walk of shame.
Chat's already trolling. Oh, my bear needs a major buff. Banger alert. This is one of my, this is one of the least AI songs in my opinion. Like, it doesn't sound like, I don't understand. What do you mean? Swamp gas? Sure. Guys, that death was because there was light that reflected off Venus because of the swamp gas. And then I got a window right here. And the light, it got into my eye, and I couldn't see that the bubble on Aberoth came through and then I died. That's what I'm trying to say. Who's your daddy and what does he do? My mom says that my dad is a real... Never mind. I don't know why. I don't know why I went there. I'm sorry. Right, the swamp gas messes me up. Big bear, chase me. Also, why are you deliberately taking 5 to 8 stacks of frailty each time you do Abby? Seen it a few times now. What do you mean? Brown made a happy fence song. I made a sad one that makes Aaron sound like a monster. I'm a monster now. That makes sense. Good morning. Do you think AHG will add a search bar to the inventory like the stash? A search bar for this? Here? No. I don't think so. I've never heard that requested. You want to know why? Because I don't care. Then I have to move and click buttons. Nobody got time for that. Alrighty then. Had a full inventory of one-handed swords from a gambler. I would have liked a search bar to easily find the specific hot fix. Okay, I get in that situation needing a search bar. You should self-reflect and think about how much in the game would take precedent before that, as far as want and need for last Epoch. Congrats, YouTube actually kept yesterday's VOD. Woohoo! Would you look at that? It's unbelievable. Sure, we're gonna go up and around, I suppose. I can't actually think of any time in my 4,000 hours I felt like I needed to search my inventory. It's just so easy to like scroll over. I feel like actually taking the time to click on the box, moving both hands on the keyboard, typing it, then taking my mouse to highlight over the highlighted item would actually be slower. I think it'd be slower. Look at all these enemies. Big bear. I miss how funny the campfire chats are, and we can rewatch them back to back. You want me to rewatch the campfire chats for Diablo 4? Is what? Yes? No. All right, guys, been requested that for the stream we just watch old Diablo 4 campfire chats. What do we think? All right. Yes, instead of movie night, just campfire chat marathon. Ban 'em. I'd rather die. Sure. Suffering. Oh, T3 melee. Can we keep it? T6 melee flat. T5 melee flat. Don't give us another affix. 8 to melee flat. Very nice. Good. Very good. Very good. Very good. Very good. Okay. But Aaron, you have to resume all the campfires. It's the season of Power Song. Oh, brother. Oops. Instead of movie night, we do D4 campfire night. In my head, I think about how many people would show up for that if I legit did it. All right. For tonight's movie night, it's not going to be a movie night. We're going to watch the campfire chat dubbed Smoothie Campfire. I would guess 6 people. Negative 100 people. Who specifically would you guess? Neon Prime, me, Exatheus, VC. All right, that's it. I don't know. Not many people. Not that many. Frosty would be there. Frosty hates Diablo. I mean, he loves it. Sorry, Frosty. I don't know why I said that out loud. No, he loves it. He loves it's a good one. It's a good one. He loves it. I hate how much I love it. He's going to buy 10 copies of Expansion 2 just to really, you know, see.
Yes? Stay safe.
Just to load it on every machine, you know. Testing to look at damage without earthquakes going off. Swipe single-handedly could hit 300,000. It's actually not terrible. Okay. Sure, Aaron, sure. He has all the MTX skins. That's right. Crimson loves D4 too. That build right now performs very much better, right? I know. I know from experience, dude. I actually like D4. Not love, but I like it. If the community event is timed in a way I could join, I'd be there with bells on. Oh, brother. Be there with bells on.
Hold on, Command. I want another shot at it.
Sir, I strongly recommend you disengage.
Eagle 1. Fox 3.
The altar of oblivion.
So you finally return to me, and with a guest. But first, prove yourselves worthy.
Have I ever built a lightning smite paladin? I think I've built 10 of them. My holy smiter build is like one I've made for years. It's on like its 9th iteration. This one's a little different because we moved into electrify. I bought it today. Do I need to wait for season 3 to start? It's supposed to start August 21st. I'm undecided whether I should create a character and take a look until then or wait for the season to start because the season will reset everything. I mean, Freedom Warrior, that's... I can't answer that question. Do you have other games you're liking to play? Do you want to start a season fresh on a first playthrough? Do you want to learn the game to prepare for the new season? Like, that is a decision for you, my friend. Also, in Last Epoch, you never have to start a new character to play the new thing. So if you started a character now, you can use that character in Season 3. Why you gotta stand in that purple crap? That's better. Look at him, look at him. He jumps right into it all. What's up, Ghost? Got him. We be playing PoE 2 update 3, or do you think till August? Wait, will you be playing PoE 2 update 3, and when do you think in August it'll drop? I have no idea. Oh, I will be playing it. It depends what GGG decide, like how they want to handle it. Do they want to go first again and potentially have the same outcome as their second update, or do they want to go second and drop it at the end of August and tell last Epoch it's your turn to go first? I don't know what they're gonna do. I have no idea. I got no idea. But I mean, they said August, so it's, I mean, it's for sure August, right? All is balanced and right in the world again, right, Ghost? Afternoon, Aaron. What's up, Devil Dog? Just start now, learn the game, and have fun. That's a good idea. You were headed into Abbey, so I'll throw this again. Question for you, Aaron. I have a Werebear build that I wanted to try with Baldur's Wrath. Does the Aftershock node that turns it into a dot still apply to Ignite? I assume not, as it would no longer be a hit, but I would want to ask. I would also assume not, but I've never tested it. By the way, when you said you can play old characters in the new season, you mean like all other seasons where it's just a new economy, a new ladder, new race is the only seasonal add, or do they make it where you can kind of rebirth your character into the season? No, you can't rebirth your character, but there is no season-only content. There's no season-only content. So because of that, yeah, you can just stay in standard and play everything new without having to reset. Yeah. I bought Expedition 33, Eliza P, Grim Dawn, and Enshrouded to try. Grim Dawn is fun so far. Oh, you got lots of stuff to play. Bamster says it does not, Zam. There you go. He's tested it. So you are correct. Shin, what's up, brother? How's it going, sir? The sale's too good. You got to get all this stuff. You know? Pretty good. Back to work today. No, you don't. No work. You should have taken the day off, you know. Tea Party, thanks for the follow. Now that you're following on Twitch, type in !! giveaway. I'm like playing with one hand. Leave me alone. I possess champion. Get out of here. Punch him. Punch him. Who else wants some? Anybody? Huh? We're Scary Bear lurking again. What's up, Mort? I did Abby while you did one to feel like we're playing together. Oh, brother. That's a lot of HP you got there, my friend. Dude, we had way more. Way, way, way more. What did I dump? We changed up the build quite a bit. I was at 5,800 health. But we were too tanky and didn't do enough damage, so I had to flip the build. Do you always take on the Nemesis or dismiss it? I always take on the Nemesis, but I'm like, at this point in playing, I'm too lazy to even like put something in the egg. I don't even look at, I don't even. It's hard, it sounds very silly, and I know it sounds silly. I don't need any items. So, you know. I don't care. What build is this? I'm working on a lightning swipe werebear. Obviously killed Aberoth already, no problem. Currently, this is 504 corruption. Training dummy, we could hit for over 800,000. Somebody's like, why does nobody make like a swiping actual melee werebear? I was like, I don't know. And then people are like, oh yeah, the only way you play werebear is spell or dot. And I'm like, yeah, no, I just can't accept that. Maybe that's the best way to make it, which is probably true. But like theming wise, like a little ticking bear doesn't seem right to me. So I was like, all right, we're gonna make a melee crit werebear. And this is day 2 of working on it. Yeah, because of the bazaar. Play the song. There's just nothing I need. I mean, forget the bazaar. Like, if there was a build I wanted to try, like, I don't know what it is, so I wouldn't even know what to be saving. We do need to solve this. I keep coming out of form pretty regularly. It was a lot easier when we had that +6 to skills. No, I'm just saying, like, if there's an item I need, yeah, you're right, I can get it at the bazaar, but right now there's nothing I need. So there's nothing to hunt for, there's nothing to slam. Scary Bear. Damn. I never messed with Primalist. Never. You have never played Beastmaster, Shaman, or Druid. Ever? All right, we got it. We got it. Come on. Come on. None of them? Well, Shaman's waiting on its last skill. So there's that. Druid's done. Beastmaster's waiting on its new passive tree. I lost brain cells and $70 to see Jurassic World Rebirth. Warning to save your money. I told you. I tried to tell everybody yesterday. I did my best for the warning. Wonder if we could... on spell cast. When you directly, we don't directly cast any spells. What? No, Primalist. Banished. I know, right? Nah, that's okay. There's some people that just like their class, you know? Babbling Bike, friend, only plays Sentinel. Three LP Decaying Skull. That's probably worth something. Maybe, I don't know. Have you tried Werebear Tornado? Yeah. But anything that's come out of form, spam a lot of tornadoes, go back into form, I will not play that. If that's what you're talking about. Someone kept telling me I needed to do that. I was like, no. The build has to be like gotta like flow good. Sounds terrible. All right. I'm sick of it. Let's go try it. I'm ready for the next season. My Necro. Me too. I am also ready for it. Is this build going on last Epoch tools? I don't know. Luce, will you stop it?
Hello, traveler.
Don't. Come on. Don't do that. We're not talking about that. Lose. All we need is another 4 points here. We get rage on crit. More rage on crit. Confirmed. No. Guys are terrible, dude. Absolutely terrible. Put that into mana efficiency. Less mana, less rage. We can pull 3 out of here and put it here. See if it makes a difference. All right.
Do not dwell on regrets.
I'm out of the mess with some Primalist soon. It's looking good. Lightning Werebear? Duh. Aaron, you can try and avoid subathons by streaming all the time. Simple. That makes logical sense to me. No, we're not doing another subathon. Okay, wow. I'm like getting very angry. All right, let's all just calm down. Let's all calm down. Guys. Trauma at its finest. No, I'm not. There's no trauma. Game's broken. He's an angry elf. Only nightmares, no trauma. Aaron, are you okay? Do we need to call someone for you? No, I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm fine. Guys, we broke Aaron. No. They can't make me go back. I ain't going back to Subathon. You ain't talking. Exactly. Can't take me alive. He could skip this Subathon. It'll just cost him fishing with Hog. I see. Just give him a shot of whiskey. He'll be okay. Make it a double. Everyone loves a good whiskey. I agree. All right, everybody. Bunny, I'm calm. I'm fine. Listen. Maybe we'll do another subathon. How's that? Now that I left it opened, we can all just move on from the conversation. How's that? Better? Guys? What have you done? Nah, we don't want one now. What? He said maybe. AK confirmed. I heard yes. Peewee 2 releases next subathon. Hard yes. Listen, we won't like Aaron when he's angry. Yeah. It'll be like the Snickers wrapper Rotten Gamer in Jurassic World.
An ocean above, an abyss below. You.
Did you hit the plus goal last month? I did. So we had 1 year of Twitch Partner Plus level 2. And then we just unlocked our 2nd year. Awesome community. So I am good on 70-30 rev split until July 2026. Yup. You know, that's a good idea, Hoofprint. Maybe we'll do Diablo 4 Season 10 subathon. Oh, that's a great idea. Oh, that's a great idea. So you get 30%, Amazon eats 70. Yes. He's trying to kill the channel. No, no, no. Ghost? That has to be the stupidest part of the whole movie. It was one of the worst movies I've seen in the last 10 years of my life. From acting to storytelling to VFX. It was honestly, it was atrociously bad.
Not even the gods can stand before the void.
I mean, literally, like, I'm trying to be honest with everybody. Not just a get off my lawn old man. It makes Jurassic Park 3 look like a masterpiece. That is how bad the new movie is.
Waves of darkness.
You're breaking my heart. I'm sorry. Get out of here, 500 corruption, harbinger of chaos. That's the sad part. Jurassic Park 3 was so bad. Yep.
I am one of many.
I was gonna take the kids, but I'm not sure now. There's also something else about the movie that's really weird. Is that the island that they're on, and this isn't a spoiler, is for mutations. So you're actually like, there's no raptors in the music. The T-Rex makes a cameo, but like, there's not dinosaurs in it. it's monsters. It's horrible. It's so bad. Okay. I kind of like Jurassic Park 3. My favorite part of Jurassic Park 3 is when they're running away from the Spinosaurus and it just literally bulldozes the electric fence, like the steel set fence. It just flies through and it's chasing them and they're about to get them. And then they go into the like wooden shack and lock the door. And then it's like the scene's over. It's like, come on! Even the idea of the water dinosaurs was so weird. It was so bad. Oh, I don't want to spoil anything if people want to see it. Yeah, it's horrible. Anyways, we're not doing a subathon, and we're playing Bear. Okay, moving on. No. You said we would. I said I'd think of... What is this thing doing? I said I'd think about it. That's different. That doesn't count, I think. Okay, no subathon. Maybe a sleeping-a-thon? No, I can't sleep on camera either. I get banned for that, so that's out. Maybe we'll do like a 12-hour stream for day 1 of season 3. Something like that. Guys? A bathtub stream. Oh, gosh. Make it 48 hours and you got a deal. What do we have in between season now and season 3? We have Torchlight Infinite season 9. We've got PoE 2 update 3. What else? Any AAA crap coming out? Did I keep hitting the bear button accidentally? We don't like coming out of bear form. Mafia the Old Country? What's the date on Mafia the Old Country? How many of these blue lizard? There are lizards everywhere. Serious question. What are you using to sustain rage? In the druid tree, the standard reduced rage decay, focused wrath. And then in the Werebear tree, 3 here, health gained or rage gained on kill. And then we're basically a guaranteed crit build, so rage on crit. It's been enough for now. What's up, Raven? My theory craft is way over invested in that case. So you're gonna make a leaping earthquake bear? After I do my solo raptor shaman. That's not allowed. Solo raptor shaman is illegal. It's not even possible. Beastmaster. All right, that's better. Solo raptor, that's the strongest companion. That's like the strongest minion in the game. Especially if you're not don't snapshot or do any of that stuff.
Was right not to trust you. Waves of darkness.
Get him. Get him. I still think Thorn B build is a thing. Thorn B build. Yeah, Thorn's Bees. Duh. I had to put together a Solo Raptor build, and then your video dropped, and it was very similar to yours, but different. Good. I mean, it doesn't matter if it's similar. Who cares? I would hope for exploding minions, exploding bee minions, kamikaze bees. I like where this is going. Bees inherit the zombie tree. When you put on this unique, your bees become undead and benefit from your zombie tree and explode. And when they barf, if you take the barfing one, they barf honey. Okay, we just made the best unique in the game. There we go. That's a very, very good idea. Bees and bear make a good combination. Bear trying to get the honey and the bee getting furious. Yep. Where's Mike? Mike, hey. Hey, I want to change Aaron's will to B will. Not a very good name. Not sure how EHG think of it. They might like it. Sounds like a set. Another druid form would be cool. It's like making a whole new mastery. But if, yes, of course. We don't see any of that stuff until all the base skills are done. Which, unfortunately, they're still not even close. Rogue needs at least 2 base skills. Blade Dancer needs a skill. Shaman needs a skill. Lich needs a skill. Paladin needs a skill. Then you have at least the existing 15 masteries with their skills. You got to finish all the passive trees, which they're finishing at bare minimum another 2 this season. And once you got all the skills in and balanced, then you could look for adding more. Spider form inspired by the Weaver. So again, don't quote me on this because I don't even remember exactly how it is, but the current forms are like the 3 forms found in nature. It's like insect, large animals, and flora, trees, or whatever it is. So you got trees, bugs, and animals. That was like the idea for druid, like the main forms you find in nature. So, you know, insect is covered. So based upon that theming, I don't know what they would add. Spiders aren't insects. They're arachnids. Now I gotta listen to this. Look, now I gotta... You know what they could do is human form. A non-formed druid. I know that sounds lame, but it kind of leads more into using multi-forms, like your human form and your trans form. Shark form. Lame shark form when? Now I gotta listen to shark form. Shaman is more human form. I feel like if they wanted to play it safe, which they don't, it would be wolf form. Like if you have bear form and you're like the big burly bear, everybody knows what comes next, the fast wolf. The killer seahorse. Oh, I should have read that in my head first. Or a cat, like a tiger form. A swarm lord in LE version of a wolf. Seahorse. If it was gonna be a fish, you want it to be like that angler fish, like the one deep down. You could do crab form. They like crabs. I know it would never happen. I like the idea of wolf form in Beastmaster. So transform into a wolf. Your wolf now scales with minion damage or gets the benefits of the wolf tree. And now you're a werewolf, melee attacking, benefiting with your wolf pack. You're like the alpha wolf. Does that sound fun? Okay, as I was saying it, it sounded cooler in my head when I was envisioning it than speaking it. Guys, earthworm form. Yeah, there you go. That does make sense. Okay, good. Aaron, do you really feel the difference between physical and lightning? Well, I've made some changes. I feel like I got to switch back to physical now to test it, truth be told. But I could hit for 800,000 at the training dummy. Yesterday, I could hit for 250,000. So when you talk about making tweaks and changes and continuing to test and work, from a damage output perspective, we've made tremendous progress. But we were a lot tankier yesterday. So we were tankier and weak, and now we're still decently tanky, but stronger. I always talk about Grim Dawn Fangs of Astracon, the new class we're getting. Does have transform in it, and you're going to be able to be a Were Raven. A Were Raven is one of the forms coming to Grim Dawn. Were Raven. Yeah, there's a werewolf form too. Yep. But werewolf's boring. I want to be a Were Raven. AKA Falconer, you know. By the way, I want to say something. You want to know something I really like in Diablo 4? Yes, those words just came out of my mouth. The little dog that runs around and picks up gold for me. I like having a little dog in Diablo 4 that runs around and picks up gold. I like that. Oh, Were Raven sounds interesting. Yep. You could turn into a Were Raven. Next expansion, correct. Wait, what? We could change into a Raven. Grim Dawn's next expansion, their new DLC, Fangs of Astracon, is introducing the Berserker. The Berserker. See, I remember. And the Berserker has multiple forms. And it's you could turn into a wolf or a raven. You got your wolf form. And you look, and then you've got you're a bird. I can't wait for that to drop. Why is EHG against it? Against what? A Were Raven? Look at the lightning. Look, this is us right now. Well, we're a bear, not a wolf, but you know what I mean. I know you did a playthrough of Wolson. What did you think? Do you know my history with Wolson, Zam? Just curious. I expect you don't. No. So my first, I would say, for a new YouTube channel, successful series was Wolson Is It Fixed Yet? I played a lot of Wolson. I was one of the main guide writers on YouTube for Wolson. I worked directly with their studio and had communication with them, submitting feedback, and it was all rainbows and butterflies until it wasn't rainbows and butterflies. I have lots and lots and lots of hours in Wolson. So, as a April Fool's joke, April 1st, I did today we're playing the greatest of all time, the GOAT, and I booted up Wolson Lords of Mayhem for April Fools. And to my surprise, there was a lot of interest. I had like, I don't know, 200-300 people watching, and I'm like, what the hell is going on? And I was answering questions. You know, the game is visually stunning, so a lot of people don't realize that it's built on CryEngine, which is not an action RPG engine. It's kind of one of the reasons why they had so many problems, but it's still visually stunning. So anyways, I was like, okay, we ended up playing it for 3 days, and I did a full playthrough and beat the campaign. And it's really hard to talk about this game because it is like very charged. Not a great studio, terrible marketing, bad direction, wasn't super honest from Kickstarter, and just had a million problems. Now, Wolson 2019 and Wolson 2025. So if you went and played Wolson right now in its completed state, the game's fine. It really is. If you went and played it right now after 6 years of updates and bug fixing and balancing and additions, and it's fine. It's fine. It's not a bad little action RPG. The problem is that whenever it's brought up, people refer to it in 2019 terms, not 2025 terms. Does that make sense? It took them many years to get the game into a playable, semi-balanced state, and but like they could never win over everybody. It was like they were too far gone. But if you played it right now, normally when someone plays Wolson right now, like, I've never heard of it, I'll give it a try, they're always like, why isn't this game more popular? That's normally the response I get. You could buy it for $2, yeah. That's normally the response I get. Hoofprint just did a playthrough and he's like, dude, this game's better than 90% of the games out right now. Blink twice, they're forcing you to say it? No. I played it around the time you did, and I thought it was fine. Yeah. No, Aaron, you're in followers only mode. It's been in that way for over a year because of all the crap we had to deal with. When we weren't in follower only mode for chat, we had all these bots and all this terrible stuff, and everyone's just like, it sucks because I hate doing it, but it's just like the easiest way to just get around it. I got to deal with all this garbage in the background all the time, and I'm always trying to like weigh the best options. Sometimes there's not a great option. Hey, Wolson, but I never installed it. I always tell people too, like, it literally, if you get the game for like $2, you know, and you have a nice weekend playthrough. I mean, you certainly get your money out of it. Where's Logout at? Me and Logout are gonna play Light No Fire. I think that's what it's called. If it ever comes out. I'm really looking forward to Light No Fire. I love No Man's Sky. I've never played No Man's Sky, But Logout told me he wanted me to play that one with him, so I said I would. Hopefully it's as good as Chrono Odyssey. Chrono Odyssey is like the Jurassic World rebirth of gaming this year. As long as it doesn't launch like No Man's Sky, it'll be good. You would like to think that they've learned from their mistakes, right? I don't know. I want to know what Grinding Year Games is cooking up for PoE 2 Update 3. That's what I want to know. Some studios learn, others don't. So, again, obviously I know nothing of the behind the scenes. Jonathan Rogers saying that the Huntress and the Druid, they thought they would be ready, but they just weren't polished enough to get in. Right? That... The way that's worded is like, oh... They almost made it in, but they didn't, right? Like, they're practically done. They just need testing. And obviously, we're now in July. And they're still... Like, where is the Druid? That's gotta be... I mean, I would just be shocked if there's not, like, 3 masteries coming. Right? PoE 2 is an interesting topic. I had not a great time with that. I had a much better time with PoE 2 Early Access launch than PoE 2 Update 2. Sorry, Streamlabs. Oh man, Druid and PoE 2, for F's sake, epic. I tell people this and they're like, oh, Aaron, you're so cool. I was one of the first people in the world to play Druid. That doesn't work for GGG. Gamescom 2023, the day before the show started, I was talking with Chris Wolson, and he let us go behind the scenes and play Druid for PoE 2. Like, before Gamescom started, for the first time they were going to allow it to the public. It's pretty fun. I'm sure it's way different than when I played it, but pretty cool. Probably nothing. Jonathan is most likely in his corner crying that no one likes his vision at this point. Is that Hog saying that, or is that you? It's Hog, baby. At this point, Chris has already left GGG, so no one has a clue what the hell there's going on the inside. You can say Ellie Druid is somewhat close to that. No, Ellie Druid is not like... At least the Druid I played. The Druid I played was very interesting. It had interactions with other skills, which I always thought was very cool. Not like triggered skills. It would be like I drop a little volcano, and then if I do Druid's like big stomp skill, it makes the volcano explode. So you could pair multiple skills together to synergize with each other. It's neat. Not really. Sorry, I was in an ad. Do you enjoy PoE 2? I don't hate PoE 2. I don't know. I don't know how to talk through this. When PoE 2 dropped early access, I played it for almost 300 straight hours. Almost a month straight, multiple build guides. I felt like I had a really good grasp of the game, good grasp on the passives and the skills. Fully juiced T16 maps. Like, I felt like, okay, you know, where I don't understand PoE 1, I've got PoE 2. And then Dawn of the Hunt came out. I played it for 2 hours. I didn't make it out of Act 1. And I was just like, I'm not playing this. And in my head, it's like, why, you know, was it just the fact that PoE 2 was like the new shiny thing and there was nothing to do December 6th? So that's why I was playing it so much. I don't know. I'm going to have to like really jump back in for this next update. Campaign is just so long and grueling, and I didn't want to start over. My other build had like 300 divines in it. I was like, oh my, just the thought in my head of starting the character over, going through the campaign, trading, buying, selling, testing. Just like, I don't know if I want to do it. And I didn't. Two apogees, it's still different. That's the idea. Would be like I dropped this thorn totem, and when I drop the thorn totem, when I rampage into it, the thorn totem gets double the size, and I don't know, something like that. I mean, I gotta represent a bro and he's not here. That's right. Nah, but I really am not a fan of Jonathan at this point. He blew it big time, yeah. I mean, I'm a believer you shouldn't throw stones if you live in a glass house. Last Epoch and EHG has failed to meet their targets over and over and over again. So it's not like, hey, I love Last Epoch, but PoE sucks because they can't hit their time. Right? That's not accurate. But with the funding, size, and team of grinding gear games, like, it feels I don't know. It just, how can you possibly say early access will go 6 months to a maximum of 1 year? You know, and you're going on 8 months in, and you've only released one ascendancy. Like, I don't know. It's just in my head. It's like, there must have been some serious stuff going on. Like, because even in EHG's case, EHG is like, okay, you guys didn't like our last season. We're going to completely retool the game based upon your feedback. It's going to take us a while, but just know that we are going to be answering and delivering on your guys' biggest requests. So there's like some, you know, hey, what we did didn't work. We understand that. We're going to take the time to fix it. I mean, they still have 3 to 4 acts to release. They have half of the ascendancies and half of the campaign to release. And then obviously they need to add more endgame activities, balance everything, performance. Oh no, more campaign. Well, it should be the same because right now you play 6 acts. You just play the first 3 acts twice. So instead of playing the first 2 acts twice, you'll just play 6 acts. So you still play 6 acts even right now. They definitely miscalculated. There's also something else that I realized. So after putting the 300 hours into PoE 2, I took a 6-year break on PoE 1. Well, I took a 6-year break on PoE 1, played PoE 2, and then I went back to PoE 1. Those games are a lot more similar than people realize. Like, being fresh on PoE 1, I was actually a much better player this time around because of my experience on PoE 2. I was like, oh, I know that mob. Oh, the maps are just as big. You know, I mean, like, there's no quality of life. I mean, it's very... There's currency exchange, trade. There's a lot that it shares. Yep, I thought the same thing. PoE 2 is PoE 1 reskinned. Well, people always say, why does PoE 2 exist when you have PoE 1? PoE 1's perfect. And they are very similar. I can recommend PoE 1 too. They revamped the game. It looks a bit more like PoE 2, although it's still different. I am happily surprised when I tried it last week. Running with 2 crystal swords. No. I'm using a Nest of Nightmares. This right now is giving me 200% critical strike multiplier, leech, and crit chance. It also has a T7 armor shred on it. Not a bad little one. And then my other one, I'm using Tempest Maw. This has almost 80 base. Also 87% crit multiplier with lightning penetration and strength and attunement, which are both the scaling modifiers for this skill. PoE feels like a full-time job to me. Last Epoch feels like a day at the beach. Problem with PoE 1 is mainly monopoly, hierarchy, RMT issues. PoE 1 has a lot of issues. PoE 1 has a lot of issues, for sure. Seem to have opened a can of worms. No, you just opened discussion. That's okay. This is nothing compared to normal chats here. I feel like if Diablo 2 created the genre and made it mainstream, PoE 1 pushed the genre really from a character customization standpoint, but also a live service model. You know, kind of the creator of seasons or leagues. And in that respect, when it comes to 2 of the greatest action RPGs ever, and the reason why the genre is mainstream, I would put probably Diablo 2 number 1 and PoE 1 number 2 as far as greatest of all time because of what they've done for the genre. That being said, you know, the games are older. right? Doesn't mean they're bad. They're just, you know, they're just older. I've never been more confident in the potential success of Last Epoch. After playing PoE 1, PoE 2, and Diablo 4, and Grim Dawn just delayed their expansion. There's not a lot. For a while, it's like, oh, action RPGs are getting saturated. It's like, maybe they're not. What's up, Exatheus? Hello. All right, gotta go 2 a.m. You get some sleep, sir. Night time. Turn on a nice little like sound machine, maybe a little rain in the background. Make sure the room's very dark. I know you struggle with sleeping. Maybe a sleep mask. Oh, weighted blanket. Get yourself a weighted blanket. That should help. PoE 1 has one thing that I don't... PoE 1 has that one thing that I don't even like, and that's to use the build guide. This is perhaps the only game I would say honor to the side and use a build guide. LE has a game guide. PoE 1 has... You need to hire a game guide. PoE 1's customization king for now until someone beats it. And to me, in an action RPG, customization and options are one of the best things. I don't I don't disagree with the amount of customization there is in PoE. What I disagree with is that nobody actually uses it. Which goes back to Neon's point. Everybody follows a game guide. So, like, you're not tinkering or customizing with the game. You're just, you know, you're following a guide. So there's nothing wrong with that, but like what a lot of people like about Last Epoch is you can go in blind, tinker, have fun, respec, try and figure it out on your own. Respec now is easier with gold. I don't know. I mean, if you go watch my VODs of PoE 1, I was respecing every day. I never had any gold. I never had any regrets. And everyone's like, that's just because you don't respec. Like, you follow a guide, and if you follow a guide, you never have to change your decisions. I tell this, I'm so sick of telling this stuff. It's not a game where you can go in and tinker and have fun and try different builds and different skills and switch it up and go this way or that way. PoE's not designed that way. It's not. I just went through this. You can't do it. Well, if you respec every day, it's a little much. But think about it. It's like, okay, today I'm going to try lightning golems. Nah, I don't love lightning golems. I'm going to go into fire golems. No, I don't like fire golems. I'm going to go into chaos golems. Chaos golems are okay, but I want to try Karen golems. Right? All the same build, just switching out different skills. I couldn't do it. Not switching ascendancies, not switching out support skills. Just that. I couldn't do it. Playing 8 hours a day. Oh. Thank you. I couldn't watch Slormancer for more than 10 seconds. Why? Is too much crap on the screen? But it's not switching builds. It's testing. How do I know which golem I like, right? Spanish, when you play PoE, do you play blind? I went in blind after 6 years. After 6 days, obviously we beat the campaign. We were at mapping tier 12 with no help other than just people answering questions for me in chat. I was like, all right, I'm out of gold. I'm out of all my currency. And I don't want to play anymore. So I've gone as far. I don't want to grind all day to be able to respec, to not like what I respec into, and then do that over again. For PoE, you can use any golem. No, you can't. You use them as stat sticks, right? Minion dodge. My 2 builds in PoE are Rain of Arrows and Ball Lightning. That's my kinda own build. Yeah. What is hard and that many RPGs got is that your start build not always work in endgame. This is what makes me very confusing in ARPGs. I want my build I started to work in endgame. So I'm going to use I'm going to catch up on Twitch chat in a second. YouTube chat's going off right now. Spooky Roots. He is the leader and runner of the website Icy Veins, who I used to work for. He has 26,000 hours in PoE 1. And we ended up having a conversation off stream. And there was nothing, you know, there's nothing bad about it. But he was just like, ultimately, normally your first build is like a currency build. So your first build, you don't even care about. You just pick that to build up your currency. Then your second build is the one you actually want to play. Also, these build guides are critiqued, changed, updated, fine-tuned over 10 years. You literally can't make your own build. You just pick which one you want to play. And in that case, you don't have to worry about respecing because you're just filling in what's already figured out. That's why you're struggling so much, is that you're playing blind, trying to create your own thing when, you know, that doesn't work as a new player. Which is why I stopped playing. Which is literally the exact reason why I stopped. Because the way that I play video games is not conducive of Path of Exile 1. So I hope that makes sense. It does make a lot of sense for me. Correct. Yeah. Exactly. I feel the same thing. Figuring out stuff on your own is part of what makes games fun. Correct. Yeah. You did all right for a first timer. Thank you, sir. So the whole customization amount at the end is only if you are able to first get currency. Correct. And then in my case, the currency I was getting was not enough to offset inflation, because stuff in a PoE league, just like in PoE 2, just like in Last Epoch, just like in Torchlight, stuff gets, you know, more and more expensive as days go on. So it's like, dude, I could finally afford this item. And it's, instead of 1 divine, it's now 2.4 divines. And it's like, oh, I can't afford it. I've got 2 divines, now I can afford it. Now it's 4.2. And it's like, this, I was like I was losing my mind. So, anyways, yeah, that was my experience. And there was times I was having a blast, and other times I was like, dude, this is insane. Okay. Gura, thanks for the follow. Now that you're following, type in exclamation point giveaway. Dated still looks, plays better than Slowromancer. Oh, D2 is dated. Isn't that what Quinn does? But Quinn goes to Exile Con and puts in thousands and thousands, if not 10,000 hours, like, you know, like he probably has a great understanding of PoE 1 where he could tinker and make meme builds. It's like kind of like the example of me in Last Epoch. I can play Spell Bear and almost kill Aberoth with literally the literally the worst thing in the game, just for fun. All right, now I'm just reading chat, so don't get mad at me if someone says something bad. Yeah, PoE is very much a pick one of the existing builds that have been fleshed out over the last decade. That's your choice. You don't get to be creative outside of that generally. Okay. Blizzard is scum. Give the indie devs your money. As I stated earlier, my experience with action RPGs over the last 20 years have been Fate, Torchlight, Baldur's Gate, Dark Alliance. I played a lot of Dark Alliance back in the day. Torchlight is phenomenal. Aaron, here's a discussion. Game guides, along with YouTube and other social media, has killed the gaming industry like MMOs and ARPGs. Why was World of Warcraft and Diablo 1 and 2 in games alike? Why? Because of no game guides, build guides, and YouTube videos. Games released today are already solved before even day one release. Yeah, Rotten Gamer, I think it goes back to if you don't like what's on, change the channel. Like, mobile games are garbage, yet they make $600 billion, right? Or $600 million because people spend money on them. People love interactive maps and walkthroughs and game guides. Whether they're detrimental or not, which they probably are, it doesn't change that people flock to them. You can go look at the web hits on Mobalytics, Wowhead, Maxroll, Icy Veins. These prominent websites get 30, 40, 50, 60 million hits a month because that's, you know, you could say give the consumer what they want, right? If what they want is bad for them, they still, you know, they still want it. And in this case, most kids, like, you know, my son was playing Resident Evil and he was following a walkthrough. And he's like, oh yeah, you know, it's just kind of easier to know where to go. Yeah, he's 19. It's just things are different. It's very different. Torchlight 1 and 2 playthrough when? I think the next one I'm really going to jump into is Grim Dawn. I just heard Divines. Was he talking about PoE? Yes. Aaron said he loves PoE too. I was surprised. I didn't say that. Yeah, I've played them. Torchlight 2 is like on my all-time favorites. Jackson, what's up? I'm playing, yeah, we'll be watching the season reveal for Torchlight and playing it on the 17th. Okay, let's see. What do we got? It's breakfast time. Do we have anything we can watch during breakfast time? Oh gosh, this all looks horrible. There's actually not a lot of gaming stuff happening right now. I went down this, like, I don't know if anybody's ever searched something on YouTube and now it's like the only thing I got. I started watching a bunch of like Norm Macdonald stand-up and now it's like everything on YouTube is Norm. I don't know if anybody out there likes Norm. You guys probably don't even know who he is. All right. We already watched Rax's video. I love him. SNL didn't, but I did. Yeah, SNL did not. What is Rax? Let's see. What's Rax got going on right now? Yeah, Rax hasn't put out anything. PoE 1, it's been quiet. Dude, there's literally, I would have already finished breakfast.
Views, 61 million views, 6 years of waiting, 10 years of development, and summing their posted losses through just 3 of those years, from 2020 to 2023, over $75 million burned. But obviously the real number will be much higher. Of course, by now, Hightail is dead. Angry fans are demanding to know why. They're rightly curious. Ex-devs are leaking an environment of perfect being the enemy of good. Founders are making statements. It's a wild situation, but it is one that now has a glimmer of hope. And that's because ex-staff may be the ones to save Hightail. But I will caution you. We've seen people over the last few days thinking, oh, amazing. Almost as if they expect some early build of it will be available within months. That is not the case. Do not expect that. The chances are slim. Hightail was supposed to be everything
Just
in a way.
eggs and toast.
It was a Minecraft competitor for the new generation, vast in scope, unlimited in potential, and perfect as a product to ride the user-generated content wave, and one actually made by its own community. And that's because for years, Hypixel Server had actually grown into a massive server network for Minecraft that was hosting and building loads of different custom games. And by the way, it is actually still going strong. Now, all of that is great, but they found they had a bit of a problem. And the problem was Minecraft. It would always limit their potential. They would always only be able to follow. So, in 2016, they began making Hightail. And for Hightail, just think Minecraft Plus. So procedural voxel generation with creative modes, but designed adventures, deeper combat, RPG mechanics that actually mattered, and all of the mini-game tools that made Hypixel famous. Basically, if you ever wonder why Minecraft development was glacial or were frustrated by Minecraft development, this was the project for you. And my god, did people want it. The 2018 announcement was a dream come true to millions. Now, of course, it is dead. The death of Hightail came from Hypixel. They announced their own end, and basically the story was that the vision that leadership had for Hightail was simply undeliverable, not without years more development and many, many millions more dollars. Yes, that despite starting development a decade ago and going viral 8 years ago, they somehow were not close to being done. Essentially, they put it as genre expectations grew and their technical ambitions ballooned, eventually sparking huge things like engine changes, though the engine change was of course long after their initial 2018 release target. Now, the shock of this hit hard to people, and one reason why is that new development updates actually came out in March, so everything seemed fine, but clearly decisions were already made. Hypixel had, they say anyway, tried absolutely everything. That they had looked for investors, they had looked for buyers, and they had done all of that with Riot support, but that simply nothing had worked. Of course, from the perspective of fans reading this, none of it really made sense. I mean, you would think, how can 10 years produce nothing worth saving? Basically, what the hell happened inside Hypixel? Were all of those trailers and development posts, was that just bullshit? What was going on? Remember, people had invested years into following this game. Some people had even partially built their online careers covering this game and covering Hypixel Server. So they wanted someone to blame. And, well, I wouldn't blame you for thinking those trailers were fake, but that's very much not a picture that ex-staff are painting. Basically, it's that lots of stuff actually existed, but well, let's get into the quotes to really get a sense of this. Here's a quote from the former security and IT lead. "What could possibly go wrong when you hire new leadership that thinks the original team is incompetent? The whole project ends up going in circles until it dies." For another quote, a former principal gameplay engineer blamed feature creep, and it's rough the way that they put it. Apparently, and this is me quoting, "systems that were already far ahead of Minecraft at the time were completely reinvented to make them better, resulting in fuck all." Basically, a clear pattern emerges from all of these leaks. Essentially, it's that there's the early period that's really going until like 2018, where it's basically a bit like a game jam. There's new features being added every week, the development pace is fairly fast, and the ambitious scope is absolutely there, even at that earlier stage. Loads of player tools, loads of customization, absolutely a hard project to build. But then, Riot buys the company in 2020. When that happens, some original leadership decided to leave whenever Riot gave them the option, and of course, well, when a company gets a massive Riot security blanket that of course is tastefully fashioned out of skin dollars, well, those already high ambitions would absolutely explode. What's said to have happened from this point is they hired significantly more experienced developers to improve everything. Now, by 2022, they actually announced a full engine change. Now, what happened here is it started in winter 2021 as an upgrade to their existing tech, but then it morphed into a full C++ rewrite of their past work, which was rooted in C# and Java, which is a fairly ambitious task. And to do this, they decided to bring in a company called The Forge. Now, The Forge are a group that sell themselves as being custom engine and engine modification specialists. So basically, low-level wizard people. But of course, in the real world, magic isn't real, unfortunately. And by quite a few accounts, including stuff I've heard in the grapevine, Hightail programmers were absolutely pissed and warned management against this move. Basically, it seems a lot of staff really saw this as being a lot of risk, big extension of timelines, and just not the right play to make. But to management, well, this was the path to more performance. It was the path to more platforms, I suppose, to more ambition, more reward. But the trade-off is, of course, obvious in hindsight. It involved spinning wheels and endless rebuilding. Because, of course, to make a game, you do actually need, the tools to make your game. That sort of thing is hard at the best of times, but obviously it's harder when you're in the middle of an engine rewrite that is, being led by an external company. So, by now, progress on the project was glacial. Staff were leaving in waves, and tension began to grow between the old guard and the new hires, between the original vision and the newer ambitions of this freshly moneyed up company. And to manage all of this, well, what do we get? We got more layers of production, more layers of management. Now, everything paints a picture of bad morale, of slow progress, and of a lot of challenge. Again, engine rebuilds are hard, and this is evidenced in their most recent public update to the game, because in that you see that they are still in the process of rebuilding core game systems. Of course, time costs money, and money was running out. Leadership say they had the right team for the job, but they didn't have the funding that they needed. Now, obviously, you look at that and you think, but hang on a second. You're owned by Riot, so obviously it's their fault. The reality, though, I would say is not exactly just that. Almost everyone I've seen is asking the same question, and that's because it's damn obvious. Why not get at least something back from 10 years of work? I mean, it does appear to be insane. And multiple staff do claim that a slimmed-down version could have launched years ago, one that essentially would focus on what Hightail server was known for, which, would have really appealed to their core fans, the people who actually got excited. But seemingly, Hypixel leadership repeatedly rejected this throughout development and did so using fairly familiar logic, that they needed to launch something worth playing. Of course, their definition of worth playing really being a very high bar indeed, or just simply not launch at all. Now, you might be thinking, what about Riot Games? Well, Riot isn't necessarily familiar with early access. Their closest model is doing a soft launch of a game in China, and even 2XKO, which is facing criticism of looking unfinished, isn't technically in early access. And this is where a bit of context matters. This is all stemming from an older era of Riot Games. Essentially, they bought the studio during their grand expansion. which, well, they literally framed as a 5-year plan. History tells us that framing your ambitions in the form of 5-year plans is not always the best thing, and this is absolutely one of those cases. It saw Legends of Runeterra, Valorant, their tabletop games, Arcane, and Riot Forge, all of that in 1 year. So this was all happening, right, when this was a company splurging on expansion, really just swinging for the fences. And based on reports, Hightail was already expensive, to the tune of $350,000 to $450,000 per month before Riot bought them. And remember, things get a hell of a lot more expensive after they get the Riot money. But obviously, no wonder Hypixel wanted that Riot money security. But of course, years later, things have changed. Those expansion bets have not paid off, and Riot Games is in full reset mode. And if I was to detail all the ramifications of that reset, this video would be twice as bloody long, so I'll just do a few TLDR things. Monetization changes have rocked League of Legends, you know, $350 hyper premium skins that have got people properly pissed off. Then, of course, mass layoffs, which hit 11% of staff earlier on in this year. And so, in that context, them sitting on a half-decade-old acquisition with nothing to show, and seemingly nothing that would be ready to show for years, well, that looks bloody bleak. So Riot basically decided not to shut them down immediately. Riot shopped Hightail around, hopefully to recoup some of the costs and at least get some sort of return on investment. And what an investment it must have been. Let's take a look at Hypixel's posted financials. In 2023, they lost $38 million. 2022 was $17 million, 2021 was $11 million, and 2020 was $8 million. Of course, looking at those numbers, it's pretty obvious that bringing in an external company to rewrite your game engine and all of the development surge that will follow that sure helps explain some of those costs ballooning. And while the framing is of its costs being expected to stabilize in the coming years, it's absolutely a lot of money. Now, the old Riot, the Riot of ambitious 5-year plans that absolutely will succeed because 5-year plans, maybe they would have kept throwing money into that. But modern Riot is not the same Riot, it's got different leadership, and so Riot cut their losses. Now, blaming Riot purely would be easy. Now, absolutely, Riot did make the call here, but ex-staff in this project continually report that Riot was always supportive, always empowering. And while yes, there's he said, she said going on, and there are loads of different personal accounts from the many people who have touched this project over the years, the broad picture, the broad consensus is that basically Hightail leadership were making bad calls. Which does make what I'm about to say just a little bit ironic. That's because the best chance to save Hightail is coming from ex-Hightail leadership. Here's the situation. Hypixel Studios, which of course was owned by Riot and therefore is owned by Tencent because Tencent owns Riot, is shutting down. Everything Hightail stays with its parent companies. But the moment cancellation hit, the creator community exploded. And of course, a hashtag appeared called Save Hightail. It started trending. They wanted something, right? A beta build, private servers, maybe a sale. And into this picture enters Simon. Now, Simon is Hypixel's co-founder, but he's the co-founder who took Riot's option to leave the studio, and he detailed some of its thoughts in one of his posts. Basically, it seems to me that the, I guess, giga-scale, multi-platform, you know, real crazy ambitious version of this project just doesn't seem to be something that he wanted to be around, at least, you know, in respect to it being a hard project. Maybe he didn't feel he had the experience, a whole bunch of stuff. But here's basically what happened, right? He went on to make a post that was talking positively about Noxy. Noxy is the other co-founder and the CEO of Hypixel, the active CEO basically through this process. He suggests that the pressure to deliver a right-level hit was basically too much for the team. And then, after days of talking with devastated fans, he made a decision. He reached out to Riot, and he reached out to try and make some form of deal happen. Now, his pitch is fairly simple here. To perhaps get a relatively quick, not, you know, within weeks, early access release of the game, for it to be PC only and a very much community-rooted development. Now, he wasn't just floating on vibes here, he's also committing $25 million of his own money. Of course, here's one problem. $25 million does not even come close to covering the sorts of losses, the development expenses that were in this game. I mean, it wouldn't cover even like last year's losses. And that does mean the development would have to be very, very different indeed. And he also did talk about not necessarily having an up-to-date picture of the game, because he had been out of the game for years by that stage. But of course, with him hitting up Riot and talking to people, he obviously would know a lot more by the time he's doing things like talking about putting 25 of his own million into the project. I'd certainly be curious to know what the codebase would actually look like right now. How far into the rewrite are they? What sort of feature regression have they got, like with the new codebase compared to the old? There'll be a lot of tricksy stuff. Now, as for the other stuff Simon's doing, well, he actually just funded his own studio last year, and it's one that's full of ex-Hightail devs, so basically, he's got a connection to the project, but he has a very weak connection to the failure of the project, because basically, he doesn't really seem to have been there during the years of, like, the greatest excesses and where the worst decisions were seen to be made. Now, obviously, he was there in 2018, and, they didn't exactly ship the game in 2018 like they intended to. But one of the most contentious things, that engine rewrite, which in a way was throwing away a hell of a lot of work, that's the sort of decision that he was not present for. And now what he's basically pitching is it on PC. So I suppose a world where the crazy ambitions didn't happen. So to be clear, it is not likely. You could say a 1% chance. And Simon is very clear in saying that this is not a likely thing. The situation is right now that for fans, people who have put years of emotional energy into this project, any hope is better than no hope. And what they see is a founder having skin in the game, having more experience than he had when he left the company, having good credibility because he wasn't present for what seems to have actually pissed off the community the most, and I think most importantly, who is actually in discussions with Riot Games. So, I'm not going to tell you that there's a good chance of this happening, but it does seem there are people with influence who do want to make it happen. So let's hope Simon can turn it around. And speaking of turnarounds, and I suppose speaking of unlikely saviors, well, this guy called Pirate Software actually managed to save Stop Killing Video Games, which was in fact the last thing that he wanted to happen. And you can find out about that story.
Bellular news. Share. Another great video during breakfast time. There's the link to the video. The devs are hightailing it out of there. You're out of there. Go on. Go. Fake pirate save, stop killing games, but he didn't want to do that. Yeah, we watched that video already too. Luz, how's your Monday going? Let me guess. Busy. Very busy, of course. All right, Lightning Bear, back at it. Isn't bear a good theme for a movie night? Cocaine Bear? We already watched The Great Outdoors. One where Leonardo DiCaprio gets eaten by a bear. What's that? What's that one? The Revenant? Bear movies. I think it's time for a scary space movie. A scary, like, Alien? And not Aliens. Oh my gosh. Okay. Event Horizon? Yes, Event Horizon. No, it's too scary. Iron Sky. I've never heard of it. I watched Talladega Nights last night. Shake and bake. You ain't first, you're last. That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard there. Second, third, fourth. I based my whole life off that saying. Yeah, I didn't like Gravity either. How about Apollo 13? Is that not scary? Leprechaun 4. Oh gosh. That's not scary. It was sad. Okay. Scary. I don't know. When I think of space and scary, I go to Aliens and Event Horizon. Those are the first two things that pop into my head. What is Zappy? We're a lightning bear, silly. Gosh, Blaster doesn't even know what's going on. Probably why he's asking. Jason X to space. Oh, brother. How about Wall-E? We'll watch Wall-E. That's pretty scary, seeing what humans are soon to become. Of course you haven't seen it. Wall-E is a great movie. Wall-E's so good. They Live is not a space movie. I mean, it's an alien movie. I think Idiocracy is much scarier. Wall-E. I have come here to chew bubblegum and kick A, and I'm all out of bubblegum. That's from They Live. We named our Roomba Wall-E. Oh, brother. Back inside. I'm still cooking outside despite it nearly 9 p.m. Moon was good? Was that the one where moon falling? Like the moon is actually falling? I never saw that one. What about Transformers Dark Side of the Moon, huh? There's a space. Is that about space? I think that one. Autobot, where are you? Equilibrium. How about instead of the space, we'll go the other way. We'll go the abyss. E.T. Dorum, Solaris, Sunshine. Sunshine? Not really space, but Chappie was a great movie. If we were gonna watch something like, I'd rather watch like District 9. You guys have probably never seen it. It's a good one. Oh, the second one was so bad. I did not like District 9. The one a lot of people liked that I did not like, and it made me feel sick watching it, was that Cloverfield movie. I remember watching it in the theater. I was like, this is horror. I don't know if you guys liked Cloverfield. It's like filmed on like a camcorder, right? So it's supposed to like feel real. So it's like this the whole time, shaking around. We already watched Spaceballs. We already did Spaceballs. We did everything John Candy. We watched Spaceballs, Plane, Chains, and Automobiles, Uncle Buck, The Great Outdoors. There's a better movie that came out years after Cloverfield. What do you mean, like the same story? What do you mean? Same style? There's a movie my kids really liked growing up that was like that. It's called Earth to Echo. It's shot the exact same way. They really like it. Yeah, Blair Witch, same way. Shaky cam. We almost, Edge of Tomorrow came in second. We did a full 30 movie round of voting. Edge of Tomorrow almost won. I don't remember what beat it out. But yeah, that was up there. We almost watched that one for movie night. I think aren't they making another one? I feel like all of those movies are pretty entertaining. So like Groundhog's Day, Happy Death Day, Edge of Tomorrow. It's pretty fun the way they're filmed. I love that movie. Still in limbo. Flory, thanks for the follow. Now that you're following, type in !a giveaway. Yes, I saw the Spaceballs 2 trailer. Yes, I saw it. I saw it. Luz, you're not allowed to like the wedding singer. Why? Because you've never seen Billy Madison or Happy Gilmore. So because of that, you're not allowed to watch The Wedding Singer. It's the rules. I'm just communicating them. I didn't write them. That's just the way it is. So. Stop. What? Luz, you have to watch those. It's the rules. That's what I tried to say. She said no. Did you watch Volunteers? I've never heard of that. I don't want to. See? Next up, Happy Gilmore. Luz, have you ever read the book Green Eggs and Ham? I do not want them here or there. I do not want them anywhere. I do not like green eggs and ham. That's how you're being with Happy Gilmore and Billy Madison. And then you'll try it and you'll realize I do like them here and there. That was a pretty good analogy. Come on, that was pretty good. There'll be a build planner that's available somewhere. I don't know yet. I didn't plan on making any new guides for season 2 anymore. Luz, you just can't change the subject and bring up Subathon. The community's not going to fall for that. Nice try. Gosh. How can one hate on Billy Madison when it's one of the greatest quotes of all time? Subathon is core. Subathon is a myth. Warned you, Aaron. You did it to yourself on this one. Oh, come on.
Yo, lights, flash, cams on, time to engage. He swore he was freeze, but he's back in the cage. Subathon 3, yeah, welcome to hell. Timer won't drop, it just rings like a bell. Tried to escape, but the chat said nope. Said he was done, that was dumb, he had hope. Bits getting thrown like confetti and coins, now he's locked in. Dance, boy, dance, no choice! Feet sore, sleep's gone, bags under his eyes. Week 3, and he's still in disguise. Lost in the sauce, lost in the stream. This ain't a game, it's a never-ending dream. It's the Subathon curse, never getting worse. Clock goes up when you think it reverse. He can't quit, nah, he can't dip. Chat just hits with another big tip. More subs, the timer climbs. More subs, he lost his mind. More subs, ain't no rewind. He's trapped online. What is this life? Somebody explain. He's a hostage now, got a sub in his veins. No intermission, no breaks, no pause. He blinked one time, lost track of the cause. Polka's back with a vengeance, rage. Feet on fire like he's trapped on stage. Chat said jump, so he hopped on cue. Spin in a circle, slap your shoe. This is absurd, but the bits don't stop. 10 more gifted and he drops like a prop. Eyes go blank, body on fumes. Somebody save him, nah, he's doomed. It's the Subathon trap, no coming back. Don't matter what he do, timer stay stacked. He can't stop, nah, he can't rest. Every new goal's another dumb quest. More subs, he hits the floor. More subs, he can't take more. More subs, yo, shut the door. It's a poker war. Look at his face, he's slumped in the chair. Lost in the stream, lost in despair. Somebody tell him, how does it end? Or is he stuck in this loop again? It's the Subathon plague, never gonna fade. One more sub and he's digging his grave. He can't run, nah, he can't flee. Timer just laugh like you stay with me. More subs, the lights go dim. More subs, it's swallowing him. More subs, the chat just grins, but it starts again.
Oh, you make this mean man on TV stop playing D4. Oh, come on. We're not talking about Diablo 4. All right? Guys? I just remember Aaron getting banned for review farming. What a crazy day. Yee! Hands in the air, oh, brother. Pretty quick attack. Dude, that just hit for 940,000. Certainly a lot slower, but a lot bigger numbers. Stats in this item are doubled for 3 seconds after hitting a boss or rare enemy that is at low health. Basically got like a weird execute mechanic in it. There's some juicy numbers, right?
Do not dwell on
Punch 'em, punch 'em, punch 'em. Melee swipe, lightning werebear. Yeah, it's not too shabby. Okay, guys, for the rest of the stream, all the normal stuff we normally do, I don't want to hear about it, all right? We're just relaxing. We're just going to take a load off. Okay? Thank you. Coffee time. Luz, you want some coffee? Long drink time, let's go. You're right. It is time. Ready, Bamster? Cheers. Why do you have Christina's cup? That's real funny, Exathius. That's funny. Funny. You get it? You guys get the joke? Neon Prime, that's not funny. Don't laugh at that. Cheers. Oh, brother. All right, let's look through our stuff. What do we got? What do we got? This tree looks good. Man, I wish we had just like 2 more points. This gives us 1. This gives us 1. This gives us 2. Use health regen. Gosh, this gives us 6 to skills. 6. Can't make any more concessions on the tree. It's just like when you look at it, it's lightning. So you need, this is literally 30% multiplicative. This is your lightning penetration, and it requires 3 points. So there's nothing you could pull here. Okay. This tree right here, every stack of aspect of the Panther is 24% crit multiplier. So it'd just be crazy to pull a point into Claw Totem. So like this is required, which leaves 2 points. So I could put 1 point here, but then we're at 10%. I feel like 20% would be okay. 10% might also be okay. But it's on kill, not on hit. Because if we can get Claw Totems here, then we don't need this, which is chance to, on hit, to summon a Thorn Totem. Which means we could throw in this, which gives us 100% Aftershock on swipe. So you get way more Aftershocks. Claw Totem, I don't care about its damage. I just care about it being on the screen. And this doesn't really matter. Look how many more earthquakes. Man, it's so much slower. It's less damage and attacks slower. But probably better clear. $6 million? No. The highest I've seen on my current setup is a 900,000 hit. First Darth, now Ghazi is trying Tarkov. What? Are they sponsored? Oh, I don't know. Tarkov is a cheater's playground. Only reason to play Tarkov is to cheat. You would know if it's sponsored streams. Does it say ad on it? Or did he post a video that's saying it's sponsored? It's normally not hard to tell. They have to write normal. You normally have to disclose that it's sponsored or you're being paid to do it. Last estimate I saw, 60% of matches had someone with some kind of cheat. It's like aim bots or something like that. That kind of crap. Mostly radar. I see. Been away for a bit, so what did you change that your damage got lower? I just keep testing different weapons in different ways. That freaking weapon with 6 to skills, I just keep thinking, man. I actually think it would be okay if I had a good roll. If it had attack speed on it. It's just too damn slow. I didn't know you played games like that, bro. Yeah, sword catcher. ARPG is probably my least played genre. That much, I believe. Just based upon your skill level. Brow. It's true. Punch him, punch him. Brow, do you plan on playing season 3 of LE since we're not in CT anymore? For sure.
Not even the gods can stand before the Horde.
If you have a radar showing where every player is, yeah, that is a massive, massive advantage.
Waves of darkness.
Radar shows high tier loot as well. Yeah, it's brutal. But don't people love that game?
You are nothing.
It's pretty addictive. It will hit you with the biggest dopamine any game can offer. How interesting. Tooth sword? Let's see. Two to skills. Why are mine all minion stuff? Yeah, two to skills. I've had the shakes from a fight before. Holy moly. Hold on. I'm actually going to move up. Let's go up to 700 corruption. We've been at 5. Obviously, 5 is fine. Barely an inconvenience. Let's go up to 764. 764. Can't get any more intense than Project Pantheon with Wolson, you know. Forward to Werebear form. What is it trying to tell me? I feel Ellie end up in the attack speed, cast speed trap too fast. Wait, what do you mean? Bamster, I don't think I could find a weapon better than this one. And I had it sitting in my inventory. I was trying to solve for armor shred. This has T7 armor shred at 300%. This has inflict enemies with spiders, which is base crit. And it has 200% critical strike multiplier. I don't think I can get away from this nest of nightmares. And leech. Literally base crit, leech, 200 crit multiplier. It even has shock on it. So then it goes to the offhand. Now the offhand, there's nothing technically special about this. It's also got crit. It's also got crit multiplier. It's also got 80 base on it. Well, 75 base. And our scalars are strength and attunement. So I was like 80 base, 5 to strength, 5 to attunement, lightning penetration, and then of course I slammed it T3 or LP3. By your inventory, did you mean the bazaar? No, believe it or not. I have like, well, I mean, it depends on how you look at it. At one point, I purchased 30, 20 to 23 Weaver's Will's Nest of Nightmares. And I slammed like 30 of these things. And I kept the best 5. That being one of them. But that was months ago. So, technically, this morning when I was looking at my inventory, it was sitting there. 2 over, damn it. It's a pretty good Nest of Nightmares. I think I am going to turn this into a build. Right now we've got lightning rampaging Werebear on actionrpg.com. This is a much better version than that. Technically still kind of holds the same theming. Werebear, lightning, and Rampage doesn't make storm bolts, but Rampage auto triggers Warcry. Both Werebear, both lightning. I think that's what this is going to end up being. 700 corruption, Aberoth killing, lightning, melee, Werebear. Yeah. I'll spend an evening fully tweaking it, running stats. Okay. I purchased the Weaver's item unrolled at the bazaar. Then I used the runes of weaving and then put it in my stash. Months later, I found it for this build. That's not shopping. Does that count as shopping? Guys? Guys? I feel like a 2LP Tooth would be good if it had a good roll range and you hit both of the slams you wanted. If not, Tempest Maw's going to be better. Based upon how much base you get from it. Can't believe we're already at 3.5 hours on today's stream. You gonna try EQ with the mace? I should buy one of those too. Lizard, hey, come here. Yeah, banjos. It's to relax you, bunny, while you're at work. Calm the nerves. Trying to help you out here. You got to deal with all those quality assurance issues, you know. IT problems. Funny. I know, you told me. You just said the other day, like, you... there was IT problems or something broke or, I don't know, something. All right. 700 corruption. A scary bear. Now you're gonna make me go to the bazaar to look what a Baldur's Wrath is going for. I think we already looked. 3LP's like... Maybe 3LP doesn't exist. You guys, I'm just going for a second. Don't. Just for a second. So 2 LP Baldur's Wrath is free. 3 LP 638 million. There's only one. $170 to fire or to base. Chance to use Earthquake after using a non-channeled movement ability up to 2 times every 5 seconds. Earthquake is converted to fire. 100% of armor shred chance converted to ignite chance for Earthquake. Oh no, did I miss the bazaar? You guys, I'm not actually shopping. I'm not I'm browsing.
Stream is live, chat says go. Errors
It
deep in
counts.
scrolling flow. Tabs on tabs, gear to chase. He's not fighting, he's marketplace. Boots, a belt, maybe a ring. Doesn't even need the thing. Just one more, he starts to say, but he's shopping the whole day. Get in, loser, we're going shopping. No kills, no drops, just deals popping. Forget the boss, forget the plan. He's back in the bazaar again. Echoes wait, but he won't run. Too busy chasing that perfect one. Chat says please, but there's no use. He's locked in hard on gear abuse. Clicking tabs and losing time. That stash tab life is feeling fine. Gameplay soon, nah my friend. It's scrolling, scroll to no end. Get in, loser, we're going shopping. No kills, no drops, just deals popping. Forget the boss, forget the plan. He's back in the bazaar again. Filters tight, eyes on glow. Crit and life, that's how it go. Game on hold, stream on fire. Buying gear is his true desire. Get in, loser, we're going shopping. No kills, no drops, just deals popping. Forget the
I got it
boss,
saved,
forget the plan.
Neon.
He's back in the bazaar again.
Yes. What kind? Yes. Hello?
Man, that song is incredible. Oh, brother. And by the way,
Yes. Hello?
my gold, believe it or not, is actually going down. We're down to 3.23 million. 323. We were over 5, so just know that we've dropped over 2 billion gold. All right? So I got to start being a little weary of what we're snagging. Guys, Guys. Uh-oh. We almost got another brow song. Yeah, I was treat my beard like here. Yes. No. Because I'm streaming. Sorry, working. Squirrel. I'm working. I'm kind of working. There's this game I keep checking my I requested to join the playtest. I requested super late, but they haven't gotten back to me yet on Steam. Vault Breakers is doing a playtest. I want to play it. 40 playing games. I'm working over here. Exactly. It counts, Cajun. Cajun? I think. I don't know what we would do with the leaping werebear earthquake build. I think this build is done. I don't know. Bamster, what do you think? 750 corruption, kills Aberoth. Can peak at 900,000 at the training dummy with lightning crit swipe. I'm trying to think what else we could try. If you do something you love, you never work a day in your life. I think for Primalist, all we have left is Storm Totem. Hold on. I don't know if I updated Avalanche either. Storm Totem, Avalanche, Machine Gun, Lightning Bear. 4. From 4 months ago. Great sight. Yeah, Storm Totem Shaman didn't have a real update. What do you mean you wouldn't know what to do with Leap Maul? You leap with EQ Werebear? I know, you leap with Maul and laugh with all the earthquakes. I don't know if there was any changes to Storm Totem at all. They reeled it in a little bit, right, with the patch notes? I don't even remember what they did. I know Storm Totem's in there. I don't remember. Think they'll release any more patches before season 3? No, just hot fixes. They'll continue to refine the game. They'll continue to work on Unity 6. Certainly no like content or balance, just bugs. They really want to make sure Unity 6 is ready to rock. And from a testing standpoint for season 3, I legit have no idea what they're doing. Which again does make me nervous. Makes me a little nervous. Makes me a little nervous. I just, in my head, it's like they must have game testers. Maybe they're paid testers or something. I don't know. Letting y'all in now, dang, but I understand where they're coming from. Yeah, I'm not concerned about like me knowing what's coming. That's not a big deal. What I care about is very simple: quality. I don't want the quality of the game to fall. Rune of Creation, we found a mirror. So, like, what would you rather have? Like, a buggy, unbalanced mess of a game with tons of problems? Or build guides released early? It's a good question. Obviously, the idea is you want both. You know, the best of both worlds. We were in CT, and we fixed, I mean, thousands of bugs. And submitted unbalanced, broken stuff. I mean, I can't even tell you how many hours were put into season 2 by 1,000 testers that have been doing it for 5 years, you know? A lot. I mean, think for a second, Oak, how valuable it is. 1,000 people willing to put in thousands of hours to test your game for free. How do you put a price on that? Like your most loyal fan base. They dumped them all. Gone. And they said, we don't want the game figured out early, so we're dumping the CT program. Now, again, I'm sure they have a plan, which is fine. I'm not saying they made the wrong decision. I'm just saying that's the only thing that makes me nervous is knowing how much we always fix and contribute and not having that for season 3. Is there going to be more imbalance? Is there going to be more bugs? That's all. That's what I'm trying to say. Why are you not in it for... There is no program anymore. They're restructuring it. There's no community tester programs gone. There is organizations that were releasing content and just doing stuff early. And EHG doesn't like it, so they dumped it. If there's more bugs, they'll revert it back. I don't think so. Was hit big for the fact that upheaval totem ain't bugged. Oh yeah. In my version, I chose to not use upheaval, so that wouldn't make a difference. Everybody was posting the build, and I was like, I'm not even going to put up evil in my build. It's so ridiculous. Knowing that would happen. How will Vectra Life ever survive? Does Vectra Life cover Last Epoch? I don't even know if they have a branch. What I used to get paid for bug testing times 1,000 people, 5,000 an hour. LE just canned about 360,000 in free bug testing. But it's not just free bug testing. It's your most loyal. I mean, this is your hardcore fan base, right? People that have been here from when there was 100 people playing the game. These are your most loyal of the loyal. Gone. I'm sure it'll be fine. My loyalties in question for Last Epoch. I'm a firm believer that EHG and the people behind Last Epoch, Don't Stand in Front of the Lightning Shock, are very, very smart people. And I do not believe that they axed the CT program unless they already had something in place to replace it. That's my guess. Like, they were already testing with a different group or they were using a different method. It's been a while since I've made a build guide video. It'll actually be nice. Slay enemies until the cocooned item drops. None can overstate the overwhelming contributions of loyal, passionate, competent fan base willing to test the products for free. And I think EHG will always value that and hopefully have something put together that will yield the same quality of results. Yeah, I think if they want to maintain, I don't know if it's secrecy or ensure that there's no, game is like the whole point of axing CT is that the game will not be solved prior to season 3. So season 3 we're going into with nothing but the patch notes, and we gotta like figure it out for ourselves. Like that's what they are trying to achieve. And I hope they do. I think a bunch of PoE players complained, signed a petition, Judd got scared, and he needs those rejects for influence. No, I don't think that's what it is. I think they've been talking about it for a while. And then there has been a couple Reddit posts from PoE community members that just, if the argument was 50-50 internally, it pushed it 70-30 and they pulled it. It is a lot of pressure from the PoE community, though. I mean, I know you're kind of half joking around, but as Last Epoch grows, so is the sharing of communities, and a lot of PoE people want the game to not feel solved day one. The main difference between Last Epoch, though, and PoE is that PoE doesn't have an offline mode. The big PoE creators are required to level a character, required to grind the currency, required to craft, required to go fight the bosses to get the items. Last Epoch isn't like that. It's not required. You just go into offline mode, edit, and you've got your build ready to test. That is the big difference. It is a huge difference from a content creation standpoint. Have a good one, Exatheus. Have a good day at work. I think some bad actors with NCT forced DHG's hand. Yeah, that can also be it, but I don't know. I certainly could not say that 100% or not. All right, tomorrow if I get into this playtest, we'll play some Vault Breakers. If I don't, I think we're going to switch back to Spriggan. I'm going to spec into my Machine Gun Spriggan, which I've already played 3 times, but I don't think I ever updated the build. We tried to use the new Relic, then we tried to trigger Avalanche in building our own set, but I never made an actual version of the build that's posted. So I think since we've been playing Druid, we'll just kind of stick in that same vein. Oh, the Woody situation for sure didn't help. But I don't think that was, again, that's, fuel to the fire, but that didn't start it. I want to know where all the online players got this hogwash about insta offline editing 2 seconds after the patch drops. It's not a thing. It's never been a thing. With the offline saves. Woody came in second on the cash race that Zizarin put on, and then he was disqualified because he's a member of CT. Even though he claims to have never logged in or tested it. Since he was a member, he's not allowed to participate. He was disqualified. So he busted his butt, came in second, and then was disqualified. Oh, yeah, I remember that now. Yeah, you remember? It's all coming together. Yeah, I was watching his stream the other day, and they were asking if he was angry at Zizarin. He made a video or put up a X post saying that he understands, but he explained his situation that, hey, I'm not a cheater. I think it was more about, I think he was worried his reputation was he cheated. And it's like, hey, it's not about the cash. I just want to, you know, make it clear what happened. Like, I understand the rules now. I should have looked at him closer. Dude, that was... Big Bear. Was he not branded one from his Diablo days? I don't know any of that stuff. Isn't it something with Quinn or I don't know. I try anytime there's a drama thing, I try to like delete. Don't show me this video. I don't want to watch any of that stupid crap. Like, please don't fill my head with stuff. Worst being the like, this person isn't a build guide writer, like all of that stuff. I can't watch any of it. Take that!
Yes.
is perfect. All right, this is ready to record. 2 boss fights. Multiple Shade of Oribisses. And we've got keys for Aberoth. Perfect. Kind of like playing D4, you switch the off stream much better than dealing with the headache. I mean, just to be clear, Hoofprint, I don't know how it works. Seeing other content creators, they can give themselves all the gear they want and modify the gear so that it's not even gear that you can get in the game. So like 4 LP red rings slammed with 4 T7s through this some editor, and then they, you know, you could just test whatever you want instantly. Okay. Passives look good. But I have that on all my alts. You have what on all your alts? Perfect red rings, I bet. You need perfect red rings. Hoofprint, when are you going to go back to playing D4? Nobody needs red rings. It's a total max roll thing. Max roll states, optimized builds. Almost everyone needs red rings. Perfect red rings. I like to look at what they cook up, but even if it just takes inspiration, I do same for most games. I see. It's impossible, Hoofprint. It doesn't exist. You know that. Same for the Uber Aberoth uniques. No builds needs them. It's instantly everywhere like it's free candy. Free candy? Everybody likes that. Don't take my candy. Once I reach endgame, I play a few hours, and then I'm ready to start a new character. What motivates you to keep going through higher corruption? I mean, it's just like you and me probably just play the game different. MPK, I don't know if you follow build guides. I don't. So for me, I'm always trying to complete the puzzle. And what that normally means is 500 corruption, Aberoth killed, decently thought out, synergized build. So, I'm always trying to put the last piece in. Right now I'm working on updating a lightning werebear. So it's, I have now completed the project. I've gone through all the passives. I've gone through all the skills. I've tested multiple ways of running the gear. And I like the way it plays, and I like how it performs. So, I am playing the game from a standpoint of trying to, you know, make something fun for the community. No, we don't play Uber Aberoth. This is right now at 750 corruption. That's where we're at right now. I've been farming Aaron's Will for so long. I've literally farmed 2 red rings and an LP Maw this league. I almost have 400 hours in. I've always used the build. Do you recommend trying a character with no build? Well, I mean, I don't know. I don't know how to break it down. Think of every morning you wake up, you go sit on your patio, and you look at your view, and you have your canvas, and you're starting to paint a picture. And every day you put on a couple brush strokes, you change the idea, you add a color, and by the time you're done, it might not be a great picture, might not be worth anything, but you did it. It's your work. Now imagine waking up every morning, getting a piece of paper, putting that piece of paper over another picture, and tracing it. And you trace the Mona Lisa. And you hold it up and it's like, I've got the Mona Lisa. Which one would you feel better about? That's up to you. For someone that makes builds, I think it's weird to tell people don't do builds. I think better advice is don't be afraid to experiment. No, I don't. I just try to give good advice. Some people don't have enough time to get good at figuring out how to paint before wanting to enjoy the process. Sure. Sure. But NPK just stated that after he beats the campaign, he starts another character, which means he's only following campaign build guides. Which, I mean, come on. I'm not trying to be a jerk. Do you need a build guide to beat the campaign? Of course not. Like, you could literally play only Fireball, you know, and beat the campaign. Not a bad way either. If that works for him and it's fun for him, no problem. I don't think it's fun for him. He literally stated with it, like, what keeps you playing? Like, every time I beat the campaign, I start a new character. I follow endgame build guides. I get bored at the same skills I'm using. That's why I like Aaron. He goes his own way, besides his charming personality. Thank you. MPK, I also think this is good advice. Playing Corruption 90 or playing like not even empowered content monoliths compared to 1,000 Corruption monoliths. It's the same enemies, it's the same map, it's the same gameplay. But you get to have fun and experiment. Like, I don't know. I think it goes back to the argument of I'm following a meta build guide. I've beat all content and now I'm bored. Well, of course. Yeah. Of course. Okay. I think we're done. 4.5 hours. I know it's a shorter stream today. I really want to record this build guide so we can start sprigging. Let me show everybody the game I want to play. I almost made a video on it this morning. I was like, no, we'll see if we get in the playtest first. So I was doing my normal, just like every day I wake up, kind of have a routine of checking like... The music app is freezing my computer because it's terrible. Every morning I wake up and I kind of check the news and see what's going on. And I came across this article on PC Games N. Fantasy ARPG Vault Breaker starts new playtests and secures Square Enix backing. Up-and-coming fantasy ARPG Vault Breakers is like a bright PoE 2, and it's just secured funding from Square Enix along with the brand new playtest. And I was like, oh, and this is actually a game I've covered before. So this isn't like actually, I have heard of this. So I went over to their Steam page. I requested access to the playtest, and it hasn't been accepted yet. I think this is just a cinematic. Okay, hold on a second. It looks like Core Punk. Oh no. People are going to say it looks like League of Legends. I know. It reminds me of Core Punk. Sorry. Get the pipes. %, looks like Core Punk. Okay, I also find it mildly hilarious that, you know, the main character, kind of this bow-wielding ranger right here, at the end just gets eaten. Trailer over. Good night. Looks like Dota, yeah. So anyways, Vault Breakers is a top-down, high-stakes adventure action RPG. Thank you for the publicity, Vault Breakers. Fight challenging bosses in heroic brawler combat. Explore a dynamic world that reacts to your actions. Reclaim lost relics and escape. Play solo or with friends in savage PvE, PvPv, PvE modes. I'll probably hate it. I don't know. But if they give me access, we'll be playing this tomorrow. Very Torch-like? No. I don't think. Oh, yeah. Yeah. The cartoony graphics. Yeah. Vault Breakers. Wait, what? Spriggan? Once I'm done with Bear, I have to play my machine gun Spriggan. Oh, gosh. Not a link. Yeah, right. Shh. This channel's bot is Foobar. We've gone through and updated all the moderation settings, but what I haven't checked is the Streamlabs settings, which is the one that always gets us. I just need to take the time to get through it. All right. I'm done for the day. Lightning Swipe Werebear is done. I'm going to make this build guide and get it updated on actionrpg.com to replace the existing Lightning Rampaging Werebear. So that's the plan. Tomorrow will be Spriggan, Druid, or Vault Breakers. And that's where we're at. On the 11th, so 4 days from now, we'll be trying out Striving for Light. And they hooked me up with like 4 or 5 keys to give away during that stream. So that's kind of fun. Not sponsored, by the way. I just told them I would try it, and they're like, thank you, and gave me keys to give away. If you don't know that one, no, I'm not going to play the trailer. It's another copyright claim. But we'll be playing that on the 11th. Also on the 11th, we'll be reacting to the Torchlight Infinite new season. And on the 17th is the new season. So that's the update. Don't forget to join the Discord. Here is the link. We currently have a giveaway going on Discord for an Action RPG hat. And that's it. Check out the new website, actionrpg.com. We're out of town on the 11th. I meant the 12th. I meant the 12th. Oh, we're out of town on the 11th. We're out of town on the 12th. Oh my gosh. I'll see you all tomorrow. Bye.